Yo, good morning, good morning. Let's see if we can get the place system in place today. Been a couple of days since I last did something, so let's get up to date first. So the idea is that we should be able to pick something up and then we should be able to place it, not just drop it, but actually place it in a nice fashion. And this is one of those processes that will take some time, or one of those action interactions that has a long routine. Or we can actually put it like this. This is one of those action interactions that are multiple stages. So right now we haven't started any. Right now we're in pickup state. We have something picked up. But if we take a look at placing, so when we have something picked up, that's when we're able to place something, the thing we have picked up. So then the idea is that we click start placing, and then we should see some visual feedback and stuff like that, and then we can place it finally like that. When we start placing as well, we'll probably change some of these options. So when we start placing, we should no longer be able to show information and stuff like that. And we should be able to place or drop. And then we should place it at that point. Okay, let's see what we have. So actually we can do it like this. If I start placing here, then we have action interaction focus is processing on the environment right now. So this was the last thing we tried to get right last Thursday. When we start placing something, we want action interaction focus to always have the object we're trying to place here as the interactable entity. So that is the first thing we're gonna look into. I think I tried to do something like this. Let's see, action interaction focus. So I thought we could do something like this. Force focuser. Yo, good morning, Harukanan. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. And watched some Eurovision. It was alright. That's better than bad, I guess. Mine was pretty damn nice. I'm one of those people that actually enjoy Eurovision quite a lot. So Yeah, the whole Saturday was just Eurovision. Same crap every year? Nah, I don't think so. I think it's beautiful. I'm a little bit scared that we might to try and stop processing here, even though we don't want to. When we do this stuff. I guess we could try and analyze the log. I wonder about this one. Should be pretty straightforward. So what happened if we keep this code around? So basically, we have an entity provider and we want to force focus this one. Force focuser entity provider. Force focuser interactable entity. I think this worked. But we got some weird behavior. Pick up. Start placing. Then we focus on this one. That's good. We can't focus on anything else, but then when we click place, we get this, and then we are screwed. So it's a question of what happens after. Focusing the environment. Oh yeah, this was it. Focuser still actually works beautifully, but we don't get any. It doesn't notify the other interactables after the fact. That's extremely weird. Pickup is available, but it doesn't get notified. Why not? Because place interactable entity none, entity provider, pickup. Available. We get this, we change the state, which means that we should notify. And then if we take a pickup, for instance, it should be notified. Could it be? Wonder why it works the first time though. The weird part is First time around it works. Interrupts processing. We don't have any entity provider. Then we pick it up, start placing, and that's when we get the entity provider. And then it's never ready. Okay. I get it. So now we have an entity provider here. And that one is never ready. Okay. So we're ready. We try set processing, then we try stop processing. Set up dependencies. We do set up dependencies on start. And then the first time we get this one is when we set it. Okay. Then we probably might need to... we need to do this in a better way, I think. But how can we do it instead? We're probably gonna have to introduce optional here, I guess. Provider interrupts processing and optional. Dependency could be optional. For action interaction focus, it has a dependency place, not in state processing, but that's not entirely true though. But I wonder what will happen with this flag. pick up, start placing. We focus on this one. We can't focus on anything else. We place it. And we drop it, and then we can't do anything else again. That's fucking weird. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Is it actually entity provider? Okay. Actually, we're gonna wait with optional. It's probably, so if we take a look at action interaction pickup then. Action interaction is ready to process, and then we do entity provider interactable entity. We try to get it and it probably returns as null because if we try to get it, we get interactable entity. Do we try to get it before it's null? Before it's actually set? Yeah. I'm a bit afraid that we try to do this before this one is being set. Do try to set ready state. We're not unavailable, not processing. We are available, so it's this one. Our dependency fulfilled. Should be true. Is ready to process. Hmm. Yes, okay, this is where it gets fucked up, I think. Yo, what's up, Carabao? Is this Petscope? I have no idea what you mean. So the problem here is that our focus, we now have an entity provider. Interactable entity is false. It's getting complicated in this state machine here. Too complicated. Yes, we could just do this. Maybe. Okay. Oh yeah, of course, of course. My bad, my bad. I think we want to do or. So if we already have this one, don't do this. Actually, one sec. No, it should be and. But it should only be and if we do this right. Okay, so this one is null and we have an entity provider. Then we take it like this. If we already have one, then we don't do this. I wonder. So this is a case where we start extending this system to include a lot of more scenarios. And it's getting a little bit It's slowly getting messier and messier. You probably want to refine it soon. Drop. Can we still pick up? Okay, everything works like it did this time around. And then let's see, pick up, and then we start placing it. We focus on this one. We have place and we have drop. And we place it, and then we're back. Okay, we never place it. But now everything works like it did. That's good, I reckon. Drop. So when we start placing this one, we focus this object. Okay, beautiful. So move around. Place, we never place it. Okay. And if we drop it, it also works. Okay, so that's beautiful. So in the middle of place, we actually have the option to drop it still. And everything works. Okay, nice. It's a lot of else if in this state machine here. Where's focuser? Yeah. I wonder how I want it visually. When we place this one, do I want to create a copy that we place while still holding this one, or do I want to just hide this one? I think we're gonna go the copy way first of all, but then we want to focus the copy and not this one, but I think that's easy. I think we can fix that pretty easily. Okay, let's see if we can create the copy of it and focus that one. So, this one, let's see here. Pick up, start placing, place. And then we don't have place anymore, we have terraform. Yeah. Makes sense. I wonder how we want to do the communication between. So when we have it picked up and we start placing it, when we actually place it, we're gonna have to cancel pickup as well. We have to notify that one in some way. Do I still want to have the option to drop it while we're placing it? Maybe. Maybe, maybe, maybe. We have this one as well. We focus this one, and then we don't have focus anymore. Hmm. Why not? Focus this one. Processing. Here it's still processing, but we don't get a notification here. Inspect ready. Processing. It's probably we try to set ready. Before focus has changed. Let's see. I'm gonna see if we can add this one as a to-do. Or just add it as a bug currently. Implement the action system. Okay, I'm just gonna add that one as a bug eventually. I just want to see if this was something that existed previously, or if this one got introduced this time around. So take these. Okay, we do it like this. And then we changed one more thing. We changed this. Because this could be an issue that has existed for quite a while. Just haven't noticed. But actually... So show info, yeah, and then we can't show it again. Really? But if we do, and then we just, let's see here. Okay. Okay, place routine. So we're in here while we try to place it. Do we have move and rotate placeable object? Beautiful. So let's try. Interactable entity. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I want to double check my place. Interactable entity, none. Pick up. We don't have one, but now start placing. Yeah, and it's a stool. I had a great weekend. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Same here. Same here. No complaints. Yeah, okay, so we always focus the stool here. That's good. The problem is... Fuck, how do I want to do this? Let's start with... Let's try with a copy of the object and see if we can make that work. We're gonna have to override interactable entity here. Stool copy. Hmm. Yeah, so I wonder if we can do it like this. Hmm. Okay, so it's only if it's playable that we want to create a copy of it, and then we want to keep, so this copy is going to be the interactable entity. But if we were to do, if we were to make a copy of this one, if we just copy the full object basically, then we get a lot of things we don't really want. We get this, we might actually want dynamic entity. Copying it might be a bit like copying the full game object with all its components might be a bit aggressive. Pretty much what we want to have is we just want to have, it would be very nice if we could just have this outline here and try to place the object using the outline as a like visual feedback. And then I wonder, like, if we were placing this one, yeah, that was the question we had. If we put it intersecting with another object, do we want to be able to move the other object with the one we're trying to place, or do we want the outline to just become red, for instance? That can't be placed here, pretty much. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Gerald Love? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Go red. Yeah, that is probably the best. Yeah. Like, we want the colliders as well. Uh, okay, we're gonna go red. I just need to... We're gonna need to copy this object. We want to copy not the rigid body. How do we want to do this? Yeah, we're gonna need to create a mirror object, pretty much. We want the... We can probably take the rigid body, but we make it kinematic. We have the entities at our disposal, so we can copy the colliders as well. Duplicate, I'm gonna have to double check that, but so pretty much if we duplicate this whole thing, or actually, oh, no, we make, oh, I think we can do, let's make it a little bit simpler. Draw mesh, material, but can we change layers? Material property block. I'm gonna skip that one. Oh, if we could choose... If we could choose layer here, it would be amazing. Because then we could pretty much just render this object again, but we render it on a separate layer. But then again, I would also like So if we start placing this one, then we get the focus around the object. That's nice. We want this focus to be, so we want these key commands to be around the chair still. Yo, what's up, Nala Lux? So we might... Or are we gonna have to build this object up from scratch? It's quite a lot of things we're adding here then. Gerald Love, you don't want its original position to interfere with its new placement. If they just want to nudge it slightly, this could be an issue. I agree, I agree. Yeah, that's true. Like, we also would like to... If we highlight this one without having it picked up, we would like to be able to place it as well. So... yeah, we're gonna go a little bit back and forth here, but let's see. I want it to work with the other actions as well. I don't want it to... Interactable place. Okay, one sec. Let's take this one step at a time. Let's define, properly define what we want to do. So we're going to do this. Let's see here. Implement action interaction place. Disable action interaction focus while in action interaction place state. Processing true. Description. Implement an action user place. And then let's define how it should be constraints. The action should be triggerable. Or should be able to be started from two different in two ways. Focusing object, pick up object, and then place object. And focusing object, replace object, maybe. This one we already have figured out. Now I just want to fix this one as well. Well, it's pretty much, yeah, an entity should be able to place an object by either picking it up first and then placing it, or just replacing it from where it currently stands. And then I want to add, constraints. The entity placing should be movement locked, I think. Actually, we have exit points as well. Placing and yeah, we're gonna start with those three, I think. So this is how we enter it and exit. If we place it, we exit action, interaction, place. We should be able to cancel placement as well. And then dropping the object. Like, I'm thinking when we start placing as well, I wonder, we shouldn't be able to stand here and place it over here. I don't think. So if we have something here, yeah, I don't think so. Placing the object, cancel placement. So what I'm thinking of cancel placement is we should be able to, we pick it up and then we do start placing, and we don't find a nice way to place it. Instead of just having drop and place, we should have cancel placement as well, which will bring us back to this state pretty much. And so dropping the object, placing the object in cancel placement. And then I wonder, we're gonna start with those three. I'm thinking like if we have one more, that is some third-party object, something. I don't know, let's see that the character passes out from no energy. Then that should definitely cancel it as well. But we'll get to that later. Constraints while placing. The entity placing should be movement locked. The placeable object can only be placed certain maybe we'll see. Okay, I wonder if I really want this one though. Maybe not. No, I don't think we want this one. Do we want this one as well? We will notice what feels good and not. Gerald, you might want to use the entire model for the player to move around and choose placement. Yeah, I thought so. If the object isn't completely symmetrical, the player won't be able to know what way the model is facing. Like what direction boards are going on a bench. Yeah. Okay, we can actually do the simplest if it only shows outlines. Yeah, that's true. I think the simplest, the implementation that works the best with the current system as well, that would be if we take this object, make it kinematic, and then we can place it. When we start placing it, disappears from the hand, and we place it somewhere here. But I'm wondering if I still want maybe the outline of the object here. I like that, so maybe we leave the outline where it was previously, if you know what I mean. So if we start placing it here, this one disappears from the hand and appears wherever we want to place it, but we still have this outline left here in the hand to indicate that this is where the object was previously. Similar here, if we take this one and we just start replacing it, we still have an outline of a bed here where it used to be, right? Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool idea. We want to convey as much information as possible to the player, but in a nice, neat way. So but the constraints I do want while placing this, I don't want this to be true either. Camera should focus placeable object. So for instance, if we start placing here, the camera should, instead of rotating around the character, we should still have the pivot around the character, but the camera should face the marker more, if you know what I mean. So here we would definitely, I think, yeah, with the marker here, the camera would actually be located. What pivot do we have here? Oh, I do it like that. Okay. Main camera. The followed object should be whatever we... That's not entirely true. We're gonna have to extend this one a tiny bit as well. Pivot point. Yeah, we can improve that as we go, but yeah, we're gonna extend this a tiny bit. I still want the pivot point to be around the character, but the rotation should be locked to this one. So we should have, much like we have automatic rotation, like this. Okay, so when we place, we want to disable automatic rotation on the camera and just focus this point. So camera should focus placeable objects, still have character as pivot point. Action, interaction, focus should be locked to, or should focus placeable object. I wonder if these are visual feedback. Add indicate something like this. Do we have the proper definition for a system with these four? I think so. This is it's a first version of it at least. Yes. Um, Something like this. Okay, let's worry about, I think we're gonna go this one. If we use the actual object, yeah, if we use the actual object as the positioning, and we just leave outlines here, it should be as easy. We could possibly rely on, I would like to rely on this one. So we pretty much just want to draw wherever this object was previously, we just want to draw it at that position, but we want to draw it at a specific position. So we're probably going to have to do draw renderer. But if the object in question has a lot of renderers, Because if we draw a renderer, yeah, I don't care about this. So pretty much we would create a custom setup, or we would create a custom object that only has the renderers of this object. So for this stool, only this one. And then we would add this one here. But then again, we have a lot of options for this. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit disappointed that we can't use this one with a layer, because so the indicator where the object was previously, we just want to draw the outlines, right? And how our highlight system works is that every object that is drawn to the highlight layer gets a highlight outline. But I guess this draw mesh would be drawn to the default layer, unless this is material property block though. Can't change layer here. But that is true. We can change the target. That is true. Huh. Nah, we just create a duplicated object. And we just want to do this if entity. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's start by taking this object and placing it, I reckon. We have interactable place here where we have default Euler angles and stuff like that. Okay. Layer overrides. Ooh, beautiful. Hell yeah. So this pretty much means like we can override which layers this object affects, which means that we could pretty much, while we're placing it, we could exclude, we could take everything here and just entity here, which means that we would this object would collide and stuff like that with static entities, so the ground for instance, but I wonder, that would probably, nah, that would probably, I wonder how weird that would be. I think we're gonna skip that. We're gonna make it kinematic, and then we're gonna place it exactly at our point, and then we're gonna take the bounds of it. We're gonna take 4 points of the bounds, and then we're gonna try and place them on a plane. Oh, we're gonna do some heavy math stuff here, I guess. As long as it doesn't push stuff around, that's definitely true. But I wonder how weird it would be. We can play around a bit. We can see if we can do it with this. Layer overrides, I need to double check. Where do we have exclude layers? Additional layers. This is what I'm interested in. Ah, beautiful. All history, what's up, what's up? If only A and B or B are using a layer include or exclude override, then use the decision for A and B that has include or exclude override specified. Then use the decision. Okay, this is not... We don't need to care about this one. If A and B have the same layer override, then the decision will not be to not create a contact. Okay. This is extremely good to know, but this is pretty nice. So, by default, we have this. But if we override this one and we say that it should exclude everything, then it won't collide with anything at all. Or if we change anything here, then that will be the truth, so to speak. So if this object overrides anything here, this is no longer the working matrix. Instead, this one takes precedence. I wonder what happens though if we have exclude layer, if include layers has default and exclude layers has default, which one takes precedence, include or exclude? Because I guess the easiest would be to take everything here and then entity here. But we can actually do this. Is it layer mask? Yes. Name to layer. I don't want to have a like magic string here. How can we do that? Would be nice if we had this. What? Uh, don't think that one is. But is this only for physics raycast? That doesn't sound. We can do a rigid body int. Okay. Yeah, this one is a layer mask. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is very helpful, but I'm thinking. So we could probably do placement mask could be yeah, we do layer mask, name to layer, and let's do entity. And then we can do, so placement, include mask, and then we do layer mask, placement, exclude mask, and here we pretty much want to invert it. Bit, okay, so we should be able to do placement include mask. It's just I want to figure out where I want to put this string. Let's see if it works first. because then we can do we have access to, no we don't. Yo, what's up, DevSpires? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Thank you, thank you. So we want to be able to... Oh, that is true. Entity doesn't have a rigid body. Yo, what's up, Freaky Sloth? Dynamic entity does. Enable physics. Like, is it weird though to... maybe not, maybe not. Okay, for now we could do this. Let's see how this works before we start including it in the code base, so to speak. Placeable entity. If let's just do it like this. Okay, I'm gonna do... I have no idea how this will actually play, if it will be nice or not. So let's see if we can get this to work. Freaky Sloth Gaming, how is the work going so far? Yeah, pretty much spot on, Gerald Love. Slow but steady. And pretty precise. So what we want to do here then is placeable rigid body dot... This is what I don't like. This is placeable entity. We're gonna have to do this stuff. But you can impressively precise even. I appreciate it. The problem is, okay, so now we're exploring a solution where we would actually rely on the physics. Like, we strip out most of the physics and just allow for layer-to-layer collision. So dynamic entity to static entity collision. And I want to see how that looks. But when we place the rigid body, so we're still gonna place a rigid body that works with the physics, which means that we have to be real careful here. We can't just set the transform dot position. Moves the kinematic. I don't even know if we... I'm pretty sure this is not... move. Yes. Okay, so we can do rigid body dot position using the physics engine. If you change the position of a rigid body using after the next physics simulation step, that might... That's probably gonna look a bit unresponsive. I don't like this. We can test with this, see how it looks, but my guess is move position. Yeah, let's try this one instead then. But we don't want to do it in fixed update. We can try this one and the previous one. Play around with it, see how it looks. Because basically what we want to do is... Okay, here we want to do... Let's add one of these. Yeah. And we're not going to do this in a safe way right now, so we just do... something with layer. Exclude layers equal to placement exclude layers. Just to include first. Okay, so from now on this will only... And then we actually want to do... I just want to test here. Layers. I guess we can do this. 0 should correspond to nothing, I think. So it's important that we do this at the end here. We can clean this one up eventually. Okay, let's see what happens then if we do move placeable object and we do move position, so we don't do it in fixed. Yeah, let's see what this looks like. I imagine it could be pretty chaotic, but let's see. Pick up, start placing. Let's see if we have include and exclude layers. We still don't do anything here. We actually don't do anything. Available. Okay. Yeah, we have an error. Okay. Okay, so we want to do this in a safe way. Afan, what's up? What's up? Okay, I reckon this will be quite... Like, it would be beautiful if move placeable object and rotate placeable object if we could fit them in here, but I don't think we can. We want to rely on input. Did we actually get an error? So yeah, we probably got an error here. Yes. Dynamic entity. Oh yeah, what I'm do we probably want to do, we want to rely on interactable place more. Handle interaction, cancel interaction. Interactable. Yes. Okay. That one should keep track of its own rigid body. Should be able to send this one in. Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're using this one anymore. And this is where we want to do these things. Okay, this is much nicer. Then I think we can do care about this. Yeah, we can clean this up a bit. Wonder why I've chosen to work with entities here when it should be interactables. That would be way nicer. But we can skip this one. And we can skip this. And this. Instead, what we want to do is start processing and for now, I'm just gonna do we also want to do think for now this is not very nice, but we're gonna do this. Get interactable. Not nice at all. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if this works instead. No error. Oh, include layers default transparent FX. What the fuck? Okay, we set these. But in an extremely weird way. That's not correct at all. We set the position and then we don't change it anymore. That's good. Now we're back. Okay, that's one step in the right direction, at least. We change it to is kinematic. Okay. Where the fuck do we do that? Okay. We do it on pickup, so we need to set that back. Interactable place. Set parent null. rb.is kinematic false. Okay, that should do. But I'm wondering about these layer overrides. They were totally wrong, right? Layer mask name to layer entity. That's our placement include mask. And then placement exclude mask should just be the inverted of that. But not even this one is correct. Name to layer. Oh, yeah. The fuck? Okay. The inversion might... Yeah. Mm-hmm. The weirdest thing here is that this one isn't even correct. Oh, does this one actually change? No, it shouldn't. Let's just see what we get with this. We just take a name of a layer and get the mask layer mask value of it. I'm pretty sure. Nah. Returns the layer index. So I guess we want to do this. So we get the layer index, and we set that one to true. Okay, let's assume that one is correct, and then we invert it for this one and set them. Then we pick this one up, then we start placing it. Yes. Include layers entity, exclude layers everything else. Beautiful. We still use gravity. It falls through here, and I wonder if that's because... Yeah, we changed this to trigger as well. Interactable. Okay, so this is where we start to extend the pair. So in every interaction you have two objects, interactee and interactable. And now we start doing a lot on the other side. So previously we have only been on the interactee side. I guess interactable should have... Because if we take a look at action, interaction, pickup, here we do interactable pickup handle interaction. Yeah, enable physics, reset transform and stuff like that. Enable physics. And this one has an entity. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. Interactable. That's pretty much exactly what we wanted to do. So we get this one here, interactable collect, interactable consume, equip, focus, inspect. Information providers. Yeah. Yeah, we do RB as well, but if we have entity, what do we do with RB here? Nothing. We do mass, that's true. Oh yeah, rename, use attribute instead. Use attribute in that instead. Yeah, we're gonna fix this. Interactable place. If this is all we're gonna do, we can wait with that one. We do entity instead. Include, exclude layers. We're gonna do this as so. Let's see here. Pick up, enable physics. We changed this one, but if we have a dynamic enable physics, then we change is kinematic as well. So interactable place. This one we change to be entity place.entity dot enable physics true. Physics-based placement system. We'll see. We'll see how this one runs. And then we have this question about layers, though. We're gonna let entity play a part here. Colliders. Oh, I think we can do... Fuck, can we do it like this? Mm. I don't know. Or is this messy? Do I want to have a separate method for it? Right now, entity doesn't have a rigid body though, and it shouldn't have. Oh, we can do exception layer. Bit shift 0. Three, 1, 2. Okay, so we actually have. But if we do bit shift with 0. It's probably nicer to have this one in its own method. But that would leave an empty method here. That's not very nice. But I guess we could do this. Hmm. This is how we do it for a static object without a rigid body. And then for a dynamic entity, we override this one. And here we have a rigid body, so we just do rigid for RB. Rigid body with capital B, I don't know. What's up, Fire? Something like that. So in interactable placement, we do set parent null. Before we enable physics, though, we want to do. Actually, we want to do. So here we can probably just name it placement mask. Maybe. Set parent, limit physics layer, enable physics. Cancel interaction then would be but. Yeah, I think this is okay. We're gonna double check if this works. True. Do I want to have a set position here? Maybe we do. We have reset transform. Really? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. We can try it. Nothing exclude layers everything. Oh yeah. Of course. Um mm, because we invert it. Ay. We still don't see any movement on mouse pointer. But we're gonna look into that soon. Limit physics layer. So we send in a zero mask. If we have a zero mask, we don't want to do this one. We can just do a simple if here. So pretty much. Can we do it like this? Then we want to try and force a rotation as well. Yeah. So if we pick up and start placing, yeah, then we have it like this. We don't change the position of it, however. I don't know why. But then if we place, yeah, nothing happens. And we can actually pick it up again, can we? Physics works as it should. Nothing. We actually have it. Yeah, we need to... The pickup, we need to exit the pickup as well. But... Exclude layers, yes. Pick up, start placing. Okay, we just drop it. Now we want to be able to move it around as well. No idea why we don't. Action, interaction, place. We have stool here. We're processing. My guess would be place. My guess would be this. Yeah, we want to do this one in fixed update. Let's try rigid body position instead. Yeah. So this will only update it in when we process the physics. So it's probably gonna look a little bit laggy. Would be my guess. If it works. But it doesn't. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, it would be so nice to be able to rely on these physics calculations instead of having to do them ourselves. Although this intersection. I wonder about this one as well. Are we... There we go. Something like this is what we would like to have, right? I wonder what we would collide with here as well. But can we get it... There we go. Something like this would be amazing. Oh, it positions so damn good. I wonder about these as well. I wonder if we collide with... Like the other... Another approach would be to like do this placement ourselves. But it, like, relying on this instead would be beautiful. Yeah, our pointer still... Okay, I'm gonna explain the problem we have with this one. And this we see here as well. That's when... so our input handler that finds a point in space it still collides with everything, right? So we're gonna have to limit that one as well. Yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful, except for... But just this is amazing. This is exactly the functionality we want. We're just gonna have to limit some other stuff. Yeah, Gerald Love, we still... So the pointer itself, it still interacts with or intersects with object we don't want to intersect with. But this looks beautiful. And then with an outline in the hand as well, it would be amazing. And yeah, we want to be able to rotate it as well. This is... We're moving in the right direction for show. And then if we would have a stone object, like if we would have something like a cube, if we would have something like this, I don't know. Like a stone sticking up like this, we do it entity. Then we should be able to place it like this. I think this is great. We just need to limit the selector as well. And we want to offset it based on the bounds of the share as well. I think we can make this work. I think. So yeah, here it should only collide with this one. Let's start by doing one quick fix. So if we go to input handler, I've been meaning to extend this one as well. And it's primary, where do we have it? Pointer focus event. So here, ray cast screen point to ray out hit. We currently don't do a mask here. Max distance we can add, but we also want. In fact, we have ray out hit. So this one, if we set the layer mask here to be equal to the same layer mask as our placeable object use, then we're golden. I just don't know. Do I really want... one sec. So action interaction place, if entity is playable, it would pretty much add constraints to the input handler. Feels a little bit... Yeah, we definitely want playable entity context to have some control over input handler, or how input is parsed. I'm just wondering what way I want to do it. A lot of things I need to think about here. What's up, Arya? Not been here in a while. How is your creature collecting coming along? And welcome back, first of all. It's coming along. It's coming along. That's for sure. So we would do... In this case, it would probably be... We would like to do it here. Feels a little bit dirty if we would just do input handler dot handler, set some mask. But maybe. Yeah, that would be the easiest fix, I would say. Hmm. But then also, if we have like a corner, yeah, we're gonna get some weird. We're gonna get set position. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get some weird. I wanna try one thing. Instead of setting position instantly, I wanna try what kind of result we get with. And before we fix the input handler, let's fix the input handler first. So we would do something like this, although I'm not entirely sure that I like it that much. Camera relative movement, yeah. And then it's this one we want to change. Okay. Get bind. We do. Okay. And then it would be something like this. But I don't know. Oh yeah, we might want to set the default one as well. Not dynamic entity, internal dynamic. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, so now we don't collide with anything except for the ground. We just need to offset this one a tiny bit as well. But I wonder what would happen if place. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that soon. Drop. I just want to see what happens if we do interactable place, set position. Did we use move position now? Okay. Better than I expected. And here we can help it a lot using the bound. And And we take the colliders and we create a bounce from the colliders, and then we can make sure that we place it above. But just wonder how responsive it is. The previous one didn't seem... No, I think instead of relying on the physics, we probably want to implement this ourselves, actually. Do some ray casts, position the object based on that. Yeah, I think that's a better option. Probably a bit easy. I don't know. We're gonna have 4 points for most objects. We're probably gonna have 4 points for all of them. Try to put them on a plane. Gonna have to do some error minimizing. We can disable rotation here. Rotation on 2 of 3 axes. I'll see. We can see the delay here as well from the physics. Let's see. Was move position probably was more responsive. Hmm. Yeah, might be a bit too optimistic to try and utilize physics system for displacement. I'm thinking. Okay, let's see what happens if we add an offset in the correct direction as well. So we're gonna rotate it. We're gonna rotate it. Let's see here. Default 0, rotation 90. Position delta. Okay, so what we can do is, it has a little bit, this one has a weird origin point, I would say, currently. But we want it to be independent of origin point. It shouldn't matter if it's here or here. What we care about is default Euler angles. That's the default rotation we're gonna have on it when we try and place it. So that's this one. And then we're gonna let it yeah, we don't want to lock it to 0, 0, 0, because if we try and place it on a slanted surface, we still want to have some minor rotation. Okay, this is very experimental now. See if we can utilize this rigid body physics system to place this. We probably can, but like, how much work do we need to put in? But what I want to make sure is that we're going to take the default transform, which is 0, 0, 0 in rotation. And then we're gonna take the bounds of the object. I think we're gonna take the collider bounds, and then we're gonna offset it in the up direction if we're default rotated. And so when we try to place it, we offset it so it don't intersect with whatever we try to place it on. See how it looks with that. So it's gonna be in interactable place. When we try to set position here, we want to do some offsetting first on this one. One sec though. So we want to use entity bounds. Then we check the colliders. That's good. Bounds, 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 bounds. What if we do this for now? Set position. Here we're just gonna do set rotation as well. Move rotation. Turn in. Try and see what we get from. Before we continue here, I want to do set position. Before we set position, probably want to rotate first. And then we want to calculate an offset, and we're going to do it by actually we can try it with this one. This one had a weird origin here. So for this one it should be enough, but then I want to try and change the origin of this one. The origin should probably be here. I don't know. Pick up, start placing. Yeah, now we still have some intersection. We try to rotate it every damn placement frame. Yeah, that sucks. We just want to rotate it once, actually. If we do... But then we have this issue all the time. Okay, that's good. Nah, it's probably way easier to just implement our own very constrained physics checks while placing this one. Create some bounds. Yeah. So it would be we have any object, any shape or form, but any object still has some bounding box, which we can easily fetch. And then depending on the rotation we currently have of the object, the bounding box is going to be related to that. And we get the bounding box, and if we have the bounding box, we can get these 4 points, and then we do raycast on those. And then we try to fit these 4 points on a plane. 4 points in 3D space do not always align with a plane, so we're going to have some error margin. We're going to try to fit them into a plane with the least error, I suppose. But that's, so for every placement we're going to do 4 raycasts, measure distance, try to get a rotation out of that. The problem is that we might get, when we then place it in the world, we might get a case where the object the rotation and position we have calculated with our system does not entirely sync with the physics. So then when we place it, we might see a small difference. Wonder. Yeah, definitely want to do everything we can to avoid something like this. We have this, yeah. Yeah, we want to do this ourselves. Because it is flickering here because of a mismatch when we do physics calculations and when we do a camera movement, for instance. Hmm. And let's see if we can calculate our own system. So then that would be set parent null, limit physics layer. We wouldn't care about this. This one we would set to false. And we wouldn't need to rely on these. Yeah, so we could do set position. And then we fix all of the transform and stuff like this. Joe Love, how much animation for this did you do in Unity, or was it mostly Blender? Pretty much everything is Blender at this point. I've only done very basic animation in Unity, like camera movement and stuff like that previously. So we then just need to offset it and rotate it. Yeah, this is probably the way we want to go. I just worry about, yeah, we might get some... We're gonna have to do some nice... Add a lot of placeholder stuff. We want to be able to test this placement system thoroughly. So we probably would want, yeah, a lot of this stuff. Wonder about this one as well. Place. Looks good, thank you. Appreciate it. It's a good foundation at least. Now I wonder why we can't do terraform. Available. Mm. We do terraform once. I'll look into it. Yeah, the worst part is going to be... Yeah, I think we want to use 4 points and we want to place them on a plane on the underlying surface. We probably want to add some objects to make the surface uneven. We want to test some different things here. But okay, let's do it like this for now. Oops. In action interaction place, we want to have 4 points. I'm gonna add some... Yeah, I want to have some gizmo-like objects showing up in game view when we place this. Are we gonna have to... I wonder if we want to take these 4 points and raycast downwards. We could have a case where... I've done something similar before and I remember it being a pain. That's why I was hoping to solve this with physics. Yeah, we can do this. Start. Set position. I don't want to replace. Yeah, here we just want to do placeable transform dot position is equal to new position, and then we do bounce dot min. Let's do it like this. Something like that. Jorolava made a tape deck in Blender with animated in-out for doors and buttons. Every export FBX to Unity, I don't get a simple list of my animations. Yeah. I remember having a similar issue. Let's see. Exporting it as FBX. One sec. First of all, you have the animation settings here, but that should be okay. Another thing I noticed when I wanted to export as FBX is that you need to push down your animations. Let's see if I can make this action editor. So we have a new animation here, action. That's not what I want. I needed to push down my actions, getting them in this one right here. So I have my animations here. Then if I exported it, I think it worked. If I remember correctly. There is no rigid body. Okay. So we don't need to care about rigid body, but we should have colliders. I hit the shield and push down. Yeah, that's... I think that should be enough. Pick up, place. Okay, now we have one box at least. Where do we have the other ones? It's a bit too big, actually. We have them all in the same position. Yeah, that's weird. Go 1, 2, 3. Bounce. Yeah, we just check for enabled colliders. That explains it. Wonder, however. Yeah, we don't want to get the triggers, and yeah, we do want to get the enabled ones only. But this definitely makes this a bit harder since we disabled them here. Currently only being used for activation texture. I don't even think we're using it for that one anymore, actually. Terrain base. Oh, we do. Use it for an information display as well, and then place. Okay. And yeah, this makes sense. So we get the bounce of the object, and we only care about the active colliders. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we probably need to... we're gonna make this into a method instead with some flags. What do we have set? Get information priority, get interactable. We're gonna have bool is enabled, and we want to have default values for these. I think we're gonna have this and is trigger or is non-trigger. But then again, yeah, this might screw up some future stuff. Yeah, definitely putting the current implementation to a test. But okay, I think this is what we're gonna do. Unfortunately, I need to run now, but okay, it was a little bit half-speed experimentation today. I was a bit too optimistic when I thought that we could rely on the physics. It's going to be too much noise and stuff like that. We need more constraints, and yeah, we need to define the rules. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to implement, it's pretty much going to be a plane alignment implementation. It's going to be messy, but I think we can do it. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you, Gerald Love. I appreciate it. Yeah, we made progress. That's the most important part. But thank you so much for watching, and have a great rest of this Monday. Peace.